Yo, what's going on, everybody? Whoa, hold on, I'm getting an echo. Where is that echo coming from? Alright, did that fix it? Aha, okay. Sorry about that. Weird issues with the setup here. I had the stream manager open and I forgot to mute it so that I wouldn't hear myself twice. It's always fun. Yo, how's everyone doing? Happy Thursday. Sorry I haven't streamed in a while. I've been kind of busy this week and was busy all last weekend. But I think I'm finally at a point where I can start streaming again. And we got some pretty exciting stuff coming up. Today we're going to be doing some game dev again, working on making more progress on our game Midnight Sun, and probably tomorrow as well. And then on Saturday we have the Fortnite Metallica concert. So big things in the next couple days. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Uh, yeah, let's get into it here. Let's see. Actually, let's go to the green screen. All right, yeah, so today we're doing some game development, working on my game Midnight Sun for Dark Matter Studios. Whoops. And yeah, have a few things to fix before I actually get into the game here. That should be that. That should be that. That should be that. Do we usually put on shrink? I think I do, actually. And let's not show the start screen. Alright, that should fix that prefab. Go ahead and export these packages. And then we'll get back into the actual project here. So right now I noticed that there was an issue with my UI, so I'm just making a quick fix, exporting my Dark Matter Studios packages from the Dark Matter Studios project. That way I can then import them into my Midnight Sun project. Let's get the music back up here a little bit. Music's always good to have. Let's see. Still exporting. So as soon as I get this imported into the Midnight Sun project, I'll show you guys where we left off last time. We made a ton of progress on the splash screen, liability notice, autosave notice, and the main menu. We got basically all of that working. And today, I think I have a few quick things to fix. And then the goal for today is we're going to try to create a basic game scene and work on the save system so that you can start a new game and then also continue from where you left off in a game. So all right, packages done exporting. Let's go ahead and get them imported. I'm going to delete this prefab really quick, because that's the one we're having an issue with. And let's go ahead and import the package and get that prefab back. Let's make sure that prefab is being imported in correctly as a new object. It should be in here actually. Yep, there we go. All right, import. Got my Starbucks coffee, so we can go as long as possible today. All right, yeah, I had a feeling some of these were gonna have an issue. That's okay, we'll come back to that. Is this now fixed? It is, perfect. So the frame has its splash should actually be first, and we'll show the start screen and save. And then we should have the splash screen UI. Where is it? There we go. Should be right there. actually don't need that. Select the Dark Matter Studio screen. Perfect. Let's go ahead and have a let's just do fade in for now and fade out, and open that up. Make sure this is set up correctly. So on enable, actually hold on, we're gonna override that and do the register events method instead. And that goes there. Get rid of on enable. And we'll just actually duplicate that and call it unregister. And unregister from the event. Perfect. All right, then we don't need this on disable. So we'll go ahead and in fact, on show complete, and put that there. Let me check the base really quick. Just sets that. Perfect. Okay. So yeah. And that'll invoke that event. Perfect. Okay, we have our splash screen set back up again. Fixed all issues. We do have some warnings for some of this. Yo, what's up, Memo? How you doing today? Alrighty, and then we go to our splash presenter. We throw in the splash screen. Got the frame. The frame is set to show the splash screen. And why isn't this one? Nice. Who's playing today? I'm not the biggest soccer fan, but I do know LA Galaxy and Manchester United are the two teams that I actually know. Alright, check this out. So we have the frame component, splash screen, liability notice screen, autosave notice screen, registering to all their events, unregistering from their events, on splash completed. We don't need to do that anymore. On liability notice completed, we don't need to do that anymore. And on autosave notice completed, we put we fired the main menu event. Ooh, okay, so the Euro 2024. Oh, that sounds cool. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Copa America. And then, so what happens after these tournaments? Is there like a worldwide, or I guess is what, the World Cup coming up soon? Does that happen after these tournaments? Oh, really? Dang, why? I wonder why it's every 4 years. I feel like they should do it every year. And it just happened like last year, huh? So it won't be for another couple years. Oh, but unrelated to those. Okay. All right, let's see if we have all this working. Actually, sure all this is good. Might have broken some stuff. I did some updates. And we slightly broke some stuff. Oh, hold on, our UI manager is broken. What did I do? Shoot. We gotta go back here to fix that. So, okay, so these are like, so are these tournaments every year then? So this is kind of like the yearly tournaments, and then every 4 years they do like a worldwide one? For sure. Shoot, so it is this one. UI manager should be that one, I think. And normal. Here's the UI camera. And we don't have any pop-ups right now, that's fine. Safe area manager's good, theme manager's good. And we'll save that and re-export it. Ooh, nice. I love receiving packages. It doesn't matter what they are. I just like getting packages. I'm supposed to get something later today, but it's just for the cats. Nothing special. Did you get anything cool? Man, I really gotta update this exporting process. I feel like it takes longer and longer each time. Shoot. So today we are picking back up where we left off. I just have a few quick fixes to make because I was making some changes to the Dark Matter Studios tools. So that's kind of what I'm fixing now. I broke like some UI stuff, which of course is like everything that we worked on last time, right? But it'll be fixed quick. I'm almost done here. And then today we're going to jump back into where we were and try to make an actual game scene and work with the saving system so that we can start a new game, load into the game scene, and check the save file for whatever your current location should be, load that location. We got to make a few locations too, of course. And yeah, just kind of more of the game loop here so we can get to the actual meat and bones of the game. Yeah. Did that finish? I think it did, right? So let's re-import this really quick. I broke my UI manager, so I'm just fixing that really quick. Did that import? Wow, that imported really quick. It didn't even show a like a progress bar or anything. Okay. All right, so now is the prefab variant fixed? It sure is. Okay. So now if we play, hey, everything's working. Okay, okay. Ooh. Well, we made it to the main menu. Oh, why is this not showing the start screen? I think that's actually something I did here. But no need to re-export. Well, we can re-export, but we don't need to pull it in quite this second. Yeah, I did uncheck it here. Whoops. Save all that. Exit that prefab. Export that, and let's go back. Alright, so then if we go to the main menu scene and go to the frame, so check that box and that should fix it. We had it set to just show the background but not actually open any of the screens that we have under the main menu. So here's all the screens we have. So if we go back to startup and play, that should be fixed. By the way, I meant to tell you, I took this liability notice screen from the recent Prince of Persia Metroidvania game. That's where I got all that from. Perfect. All right, we are back to working. There is no version, apparently. I thought we would fix that last time. I guess not. Let's just say, what, 1.0.0. And it should actually be my icon for now. We'll have to come up with a cool icon for this game. But in the meantime, all this seems to be working. We have our settings, our game settings. We can switch backgrounds. We even have a timer. So this timer right here is a like speed running timer. So it'll actually show like I think it's in the top right corner. It'll show your current time. So if you're like speed running the game, you could turn that on. Just little things, you know. And that's working as it should. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We got all our video settings that don't really work in the editor. Oh, we got to set up the controls still too. That's right. We have achievements, extras, and we can quit. Perfect. Okay. So we are back to where we were. Oh, you know what? That's what I must have done last time. I must have changed that while I was playing, and I assumed that because this is the project settings that it would save my changes. But I guess that also does not save during runtime, which I have just learned. Okay. So, we exported that. Let's go ahead and import that again. We'll install addressable URP. Import, and I think it's already done. Wow, it's like going super quick today. Alright, so, how we have this set up, we have a generic game scene that loads. So whenever you start a new game, or you load a new game, or load an existing game, I mean, this generic game scene should be loaded, and it actually should not have any music or anything on it. It might have UI, that's a possibility, because we might have like the player's hub on here. And you can hide everything. Perfect. Okay. So yeah. And then, so this generic game scene is kind of just an empty scene with maybe the game's main UI for during gameplay. And then what we'll actually do is we will load based on your save file, whether you're starting a new game or if you're continuing an existing game, we will check where your last saved position was. If you don't have a last saved position, that likely means that you're starting a new game. And if you do have a last saved position, then we will load the location that contains that last save point. Otherwise, we'll load whatever the default starting scene is for the game. And we already have it set up too, where if we play, we'll get through the splash screen and everything. I can actually skip all this, but I just like to see it each time now. But we'll maybe skip this going forward. But we'll get through our splash screen, liability notice, and autosave notice. We'll get to the main menu. And then from here, we can actually start a new game. We'll say Bob. Bob's your uncle. And if we hit the start button here, technically it should be using the save manager to create a new game file. I think there's actually an issue with that, so that's part of what we're checking into today. In fact, I think it's the, persistent data path? Yeah, there we go. I built myself a little function here so that I can quickly open this path where the save files are. That way, you can actually see there's no save files in here. And when we start a new game, it should technically create a new one, and I don't think that's working at the moment. But also, it should create a new save file and then unload the main menu scene and load into that generic game scene, where we would then check the save file, see what your last saved position is, whether you have one or not, and then load either the default location or your last saved location, right? So we press start here, and as you can see, the main menu scene was unloaded. Actually, I don't know if you guys can see that. It might be small for you. But the main menu scene was unloaded, and we got our generic game scene. And from here, we should also be loading the dynamic managers and stuff. Uh-oh, what's broken? Oh, okay, let's go fix that next. So one thing that's going wrong is we should have all our dynamic game managers will have been loaded in because we're actually in a game scene now. And then they get unloaded when we go back to the main menu because they're not needed anymore. We want to free up those resources. So we have to fix the dynamic managers, which might actually be because this script is broken. It might have had an issue loading that. And then we need to start building the location manager that will determine what happened in our last game, if it's a new game, if it's an existing game, and then load the correct location, spawn the player, that kind of stuff. So we're making some pretty good progress. Let's check out in fact, we're going to close this other project so I don't get confused today. And then we should have a new save file here, but yeah, so that's not working. I actually will need that other project, shoot. So confirmed that the save file or save manager is not creating new files for some reason. And maybe I just forgot to call that event. So we will figure that out as well. So first off, why don't we do this? We're gonna go to the game scene, and what do I want to call this? Dynamic managers handler. some crap like that. I'll rename it later. And we are going to create a script. Let's make a new folder here. And this is the dynamic managers handler. And this is just going to be a quick utility script that will load the dynamic managers when we hit this scene and unload it when we leave the scene. Plain and simple. Why is this not sure? Man, it's doing that thing again. That's annoying. Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Not a big deal. We're not going to lose time today. Oh, you know why? I know exactly why it's not doing it. Do we have a namespace set in the project? We should have. Yeah. Sure enough, the namespace got removed for some reason. So now, if we remake this script, I mean, technically I didn't need to remake it, but I'm doing it just to confirm that that was the right fix. Because the problem was the script was not created with my namespace, and my custom editor only works with my, there we go, only works when it's using my namespace. That way, if you're using a different namespace, you need to create your own custom editor or tell it to use the custom editor. So very simple. Let's say in awake dynamic manager events dot load. Could probably just rename that to load and unload. I don't know why I put the full thing in there. Anyways, duplicate that and we'll make this on destroy instead and unload. So very simple utility script that will load and unload the dynamic managers while we're in the game scene. And technically I could do that from somewhere else, like the game manager maybe, but we'll just put it on this script for now. So that fixes that. Before I forget, I also needed to fix the pause screen. Something was broken here. It looks... Oh, no, it wasn't the pause screen. It was the pause manager. There we go. The frame is broken. So let's just fill that in with the right script. The frame script, that's from my UI system. And it should only show the pause screen. Interesting that all these aren't filled in. So instead, let's go find my UI prefab. And we'll put that there. And we'll take all these screens and put them there. And we'll take this background. Wait a minute. Shouldn't it have a background anyway? Well, we'll put that there for now. And let's delete this guy. And this is missing the frame, so we'll put that there. And we don't have an audio cue sound at the moment for pausing. But if we did, then we could put it there. Now the pause manager. No, see, I don't think I want to do this. I think I want to put this on the main game's UI. I don't know why I have this like pause manager. I think it was, I set this up because I was listening to like the input events. I don't think I'm gonna do that anymore. I will think about it. But this had all the settings and stuff because on the pause screen, we give you the option to continue your game, go into the settings, quit to the menu, or even quit the whole game entirely. Maybe we'll take out one of those. That might get confusing. Just have one. That way, if you quit to menu, then it can save the game, and then you can quit from there, or load a different file or something. Oh, let's turn all these back on, though. And we'll think this through later. Alright, so let's try again. We can actually go straight to the main menu, and we can play from here. So I have it set up because of this wonderful startup manager system that all of these persistent managers will always be loaded before any scene that you play. So that way you don't have to start from the beginning each time. You can just play, you can start playing from any scene, which really helps speed up development. So we'll make another new game here. We'll say our name is Memo. And we'll start, and something went terribly wrong. Well, I guess I'm eating my own words here. I think part of what happened is because I started from the main menu, it didn't know that that was the scene. Where is it? The addressable scene director did not know that the main menu was the current scene. And so it didn't know how to unload it. So if we actually unload it ourselves, wait, can't we do that? I could have sworn I could unload. I don't know why it's grayed out. Well, anyways, that's another thing I'm gonna have to fix, I guess. Add it to the list. We'll just start from the very beginning and make sure it works. Oh. Alright, and we should be back to the main menu and start a new game. And my name is Memo. And start, and boom. We are now in the game scene, and the dynamic managers were loaded. Perfect. So now we need to set up that pause screen. What is the pause button, actually? Settings, input actions. I wonder if I have it set up. So it should be escape. I don't know if it's actually listening for that or not. We'll have to check all that out today. That way we can have a full loop here and pause our game and go back to the main menu. But the dynamic managers handler did work to load in our dynamic managers. And then if we were to leave the scene, that object would be destroyed, telling the dynamic manager to then unload these dynamic managers. So today we'll be working with the location manager to check your save file and then load in the correct location from where you're supposed to start from. So yeah. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. Do, 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 do. Let's go with, let's see, we don't need that anymore. We don't really need that. We can probably do it here in the game manager instead, so we can get rid of that extra object just sitting in the scene. But that's okay. Well, if we're going to, we'd do it here. So that would load. Going to the main menu would unload. I guess I'm doing it really quick because I started doing it. Splash screen would unload. Loading a game would load them. And I want to update this name. Remind me when I get into the, when I start looking at the save manager. And when we go to the credits scene, we would probably unload. I think. Cool. Alright, so our game manager's set up. Apparently I felt like doing it really quick. And then we'll go and delete. Just delete that whole folder because we don't actually need that. And we'll get into our game scene and remove that object because we don't need that anymore. That should all be handled for us by the game manager. Okay. Now, so we have a few things to look at. We got to look at the save manager and figure out why is it not creating new save files. And that might be a very extensive, boring thing to do, so I'll save that for a little later. For now, why don't we get into the location manager, which actually doesn't have any script or anything. Apparently I haven't even started that. Let's create a new mono behavior called location manager. And we might have to fix all these warnings too. I mean, all of that seemed to still be working, but I'll have to double check all that. Alright, so we have this location manager, and this will, when it is loaded, how do we want to do this? So we're going to load into the game manager, I'm sorry, the game scene, the generic game scene. This location manager will actually be loaded about the same time as the game scene. So what I'm worried about happening is if we load a location scene too quickly, it might unload the game scene possibly. Or conflict with the loading of the empty game scene. So we might have to call this from the game scene itself. But either way, why don't we look at what is a location? And I've actually already kind of set this up under the sandbox area. Let's go to sandbox A. And we'll zoom in here. So we've got this nice prototype background. I think this is the wrong script. I think I messed with this in a different project, and I need to go look at it there. I think it's under here. So let's get that open in the background. So this scene represents a location. And in any given location, we're going to have audio. So we'll have an ambience player and a music player that can loop through different ambiences and music files while you're in this location. And we can even put in like triggers so that if you were to, say, walk through a certain door, it could change the music to something else, or the ambience to something else. So a location has audio. A location probably doesn't have UI, unless I'm using world UI, but that would probably be on whatever the object is itself. So a location probably does not have UI, but most importantly, a location would have this top level location object that represents the location itself. And underneath, and so that would then have a background, a camera bounds, which is a collider that the camera has to stay inside of. A location will have a global light, and then it'll have an environment. And how I have my environment set up is it's all layered, because we are planning to do parallax here. Let's see, was it in this one? Oh, it's not this project. Okay. What project is it? Oh, maybe it's this one. I've kind of messed with, I've created a couple projects here that I've been messing around in on the side, just to fiddle with things, because I like to have an empty project that I haven't created a bunch of stuff in yet, so that I can make sure each thing that I create, each system, or like the location system, for instance, is very modular and not dependent on anything else. So I like to create an empty project. Yeah, I think this is it. So I like to create an empty project that doesn't have anything in it. That way it forces me to make sure I don't use any existing assets and create dependencies. So let's go ahead and get this open. So this represents our location script. Do we have a location script yet? I don't think we do. So let's go ahead and create one, just so that we can move it to a new script. And let's just copy all that and paste it all here. Yeah, then we got to do all of this. Actually, give me 1 second, guys. Let me leave you with this screen really quick. I am going to go run and grab something. I will be back in 2 minutes. Be right back. Now is a good time for a stretch break, grab some water, and as soon as I get back, then we're going to dive into this location system and get this working. Be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I am back. Let's get into the location system here. All right, so I created this location system, and I have a location scriptable object that represents a location. So let's just go ahead and move that into a new file. That is not the type of path that we want. Shoot. We're going to need path 2. Let's, I guess, create that really quick. Then we move this into its own file and paste that. Let's get the location events going. This is what our location manager is going to be using. So we will have maybe a box collider in the scene that represents a door or a pathway, and when the player triggers that collider, we will call the load location event. That will then load the location that that path goes to, as well as unload the location that we were just currently in. So let's do that really quick. Location events, and move that to its own file and paste all that code there. And then we don't need that, but we do need the path. The path script is that trigger collider that represents a pathway, basically, right? And same thing, we got a few extra things that we're going to need here. So we'll create a public class path entrance and move that to its own class, fill that code in. And I'll take you guys all through this code in just a second. Let me just get all this copied over really quick. And we have our path scriptable object. Public class path SO. Move that to its own script, fill that in. And then back here, interesting. Oh, no, okay, yeah. I was like, we should have that. Is it under set bounds 2D? And then player position, I don't know that we have that yet. That was just kind of some pseudocode. All right, so if we go back in to Unity, we have this location prefab, and this is what should have our location script on it. And with this location script, it will have a dependency of a location scriptable object that represents this location. I don't know that we've created any yet, so we'll have to do that. And then the path's parent, that's right. So let's go in here really quick. This is actually how our location prefab should look. And I don't know that we have set that up correctly. So let's see, we have a background, camera bounds, and then lighting. So we'll put lighting. Oops, if I can spell. L-I-G-H, please. Oh my god, can't type. Boom. All right, so put lighting there and put the global light underneath it. And then we would have audio for the location, because a location should have audio, but not the main game scene. Every location will probably have its own audio. And then the environment object, which we have here. Now, one last thing is on the environment, we actually have an environment class, and I don't think I copied that over yet. So let's create that really quick. And that's going to have an come on, unhighlight, please. Thank you. That's going to have an environment layer. And basically what this does, this is my parallax system for the environment. So the environment script itself, the main environment script, will have a set of environment layers underneath it, and each layer can then have its own parallax amount, and the environment object will then apply that parallax based on the main camera's position and how it moves around. So to do that, we also need to get the main camera. Now, where am I getting the main camera? So I'm getting that in Awake, and we don't need to check if it's set anymore. Instead, in fact, maybe we do it here. Main camera dot add listener, and this would be, let's call it set main. Well, we'll fill in the get main camera method, but we're going to update that to be called set main camera and have it take in a camera. Right? Is that complaining? Yes, it is. So we'll just call it main camera. Let's see. So main camera equals the main camera dot transform, and so in our update method, if we don't have a main camera yet, then we're just going to return. Because there's nothing we can do if we don't have that main camera yet. So that will set the main camera and set the main camera's position. And then in update, we will grab the current, or it's going to cache the main camera's position, I should say. So in our update, if we do have a main camera and the environment is set to parallax, we will grab the current location of the main camera. We will check, does that location equal the location that we cached? If it's still exactly the same, then we're going to return because there's no need to do anything. The camera has not moved. But if the camera has moved, these will not be equal. And so we will then apply parallax using that new position, and then recache the main camera's position with the new position, so that the next frame we come through, it'll do the same thing exactly, and grab the camera's current position and check if that equals our cached position. Let's see. Let's go ahead and undo this prefab for the moment, because actually the environment is most likely going to be part of this prefab anyway. It does not need to be its own separate prefab. And the parallax controller and parallax layer, that's basically the environment scripts. But we're going to remove those because they're now called something else and I don't want to have duplicates. So the environment, we can remove that and we'll add the environment script to it. We will set it to parallax, and then each of these, we will remove the old parallax layer script. and we will add the environment layer script. So layer 5, so I have these set up, so layer 5 should be the background. So we will parallax that all the way because the background should parallax the most. And I have 5 layers for the background and 5 layers for the foreground, as well as a default layer where kind of basically the player and all the stuff that the player walks on, like platforms or interacts with, like props or traps, those all live on the default layer. That will have no parallaxing. We'll leave that at 0. And the reason I like to use 5 is because it makes it really easy to kind of even out the parallaxing. So for the very, very far background, we're going to parallax the most. For layer 4, we'll put it at 0.8. For layer 3, 0.6. For layer 2, 0.4. And for layer 1, we'll put it at 0.2. And then we'll do the same thing for the foreground layers. That's why I put the little negative in front of them, because that's coming closer to the camera, right? It's actually away from me, but I'm doing it as a point for you guys. And this one, we would do it negative 0.2 and negative 0.4, negative 0.6, negative 0.8, and this one would be, the foreground will be at negative 1, because the closest object to the camera should also parallax at the highest amount, but in the other direction, I believe. Maybe that's not right. I might have to rethink this, but from testing, that was what worked for me. I'm pretty sure this is correct. So we then have our environment, and the environment in Awake will automatically find its environment layers. Maybe I don't want it to do that. Maybe we put that up here. I don't like to grab dependencies in Awake if I can avoid it, because that is extra processing power and things that then have to serialize that we could already have the editor serialize for us when it makes the build, and then we don't have to do something like get all components in children and go from there. So this is what an array of environment layer. So let's make this environment layers, and it might complain because I think I already have that somewhere. I do, yeah, I have the read only. And see, I have it as a list here, and in the inspector we can actually do it as an array, and Unity's inspector is nice enough to allow us to drop things into that as if it was a list and dynamically add it. Yeah, see, Memo knows what's up. So you can save a slight bit of performance with this. And it might not be a lot for just one thing, but if you do it like this for everything, then that little bit of performance that you save adds up over time. So we don't even need to do this anymore because we're going to already have all of those in the editor. All right, so see the list is empty. In fact, the Unity editor also calls it a list, even though this is an array, right? And then we'll let's lock that so we can then grab all of these environment layers and drag them in there, and boom, we've now got all of our layers already set up for us. All right, so location. Oh wait, sorry, yeah, this is locked. I was like, wait, why isn't it showing, we actually don't need this location background script anymore. That I built into the location script itself. So what the location does, it can have a background and a camera bounds. Oh, and let's make sure we remove this empty script here. So here's our location. It has a background. It has reference to it. It has reference to the camera bounds. And when the location is loaded, it will take this background, and I even have it set up so I could scroll the background. So let's say, in fact, I'll even show you guys. Hold on. So here in this scene, let's go ahead and swap that out with this test background. Now these are kind of hard to come by, these backgrounds that are seamless. But how I have it set up is we can set the X speed. Actually, let's not do it too fast. We'll do it like -0.2. And this will then continuously scroll the background as if the player was moving, right? So we can kind of fake that motion. So if we play here, let me get this nice and big. If we play here, you will see the background start to move on its own, all right? And it's just a seamless thing. So it's just looping through this image. Oh yeah, we have this like test set up for the dynamic managers. Now, one other thing it's supposed to do, oh my God, can these stop? Do we have the camera manager in here? We do. One other thing it's supposed to do is scale the background to the camera size, which I think is not doing. Yeah, it should have scaled it to the size of the camera, but this is the other project, so we will worry about that in the main project here. So location has a background, camera bounds, and then we have scrolling settings, and we can even do the Y scrolling as well. Maybe it's like a space scene, and we could have like a star field that's like passing by all crazy, or do crazy effects in the background. Yeah. Stuff like that. Now, let's create a, we don't need that anymore. So this scriptable object represents a path, and a path is a pathway between two locations. And so how we'll name it is we will name it the first location and the second location. And it doesn't need the one, it just needs sandbox A, sandbox B. So that's our test path. And let's rename this to path SO so that we know what type of object it is. And let's rename this to, or let's create a new folder. No, we could just put it in here, I guess. No, we'll create a new folder. New folder called location SO, and then in here is where we can create our locations. So we have a location and a location SO, and this one will be the sandbox A location. So for this, we can then set an addressable asset, which is sandbox A, and we can tell it whether to show the loading screen or not. That way, when a location is loaded, maybe it's a really big location, and we know that it's going to take a little bit longer to load, we could then check that box, and that way the loading screen is shown while that location is being loaded in the background. and then hidden when the location is ready. For this, I don't think we need that quite yet. And we will fill that in here just as a test. Now let me make sure that my environment matches how I want it to. So we should actually have another empty object here called tile maps. Or we could actually call this could actually be the grid object if we wanted. Let's see. How do you add a new tile map? I forget how to add this. It should be... Oh, it is under 2D. So we just want a rectangular tile map, I think. And that then added our grid object. So we can put that there and get rid of that. That's actually what we need here is the grid, because that's the parent object for any tile map. And then any tile maps that we create can then be underneath that. So we have our grid. Next should be paths. And we have a default entry point here. So here's our default entry point is on top of this platform for this location. And so that should actually have the path script on it. And so we'll rename this path default. And we'll put the path, the path script, where is it? There we go, path. And the location it goes to is actually the same location. And the reason I have that is because if you trigger this, it should load whatever location's in here. If you have the same location in there already, then it doesn't do anything because it knows that you're already in that location and it knows that this is then the starting point. And then I think I created a default path scriptable object for it, which I did. So we will call this, let's see, path sandbox a default, and that's what then goes here. Now the layer mask should be the player, and the path entrance is then a child object that has a path entrance script on it. And the only reason I do that is because I'm using a gizmo with it. So then when I fill this in, it will show you where that is. Now we don't want the path entrance to be inside of the trigger, because the path entrance is where the player will be spawned at. And if the player is spawned within the path's trigger, it will then load whatever location that path goes to. And it might do that over and over and cause a loop. So what we would do is we would take this path entrance and move it slightly over. That way, as you can see, it's outside of the trigger. So when the player is spawned, they will be spawned on the blue point, and the trigger itself is then the collider. So it's not really apparent what this one's doing, but what would be apparent is if we take this one and we say this one is the path to sandbox B. Sandbox B. Now what we'll do is we'll zoom out here, and we're going to take that and move it all the way over here. Can I select this object, please? What object is this? Hello? Oh, you know what? That would be... because we're inside the location prefab. Let's go outside of the location prefab. We can then grab that object. We can delete it. In fact, we shouldn't be setting these up on the prefab. We should be setting them up out here. So let's go back into the prefab. Let's grab this location, or this path, I mean. We can then edit the box collider so that it stretches, right? So that way, when the player walks through this trigger, we will load from the sandbox A to the sandbox B scene. And this path entrance should actually be the other way. Because if the player comes from sandbox B to the sandbox A scene, that's where we want them to spawn, is right outside of the trigger. So that all looks good. And then what we'll do is we're gonna cut those, or maybe not cut them. Let's copy them, go outside, and let's paste them here. And then go back into the prefab and delete them from here. So the prefab I want to be generic, and I'll probably remove all this environment stuff too. This was actually for the sandbox environment. But the location prefab itself should be generic. That way we can drag that prefab into any new location that we create, and then it already has everything set up for us. And then we can just add where do we want paths, where do we want things to do stuff, where do we want enemies, where do we want traps, different things like that. So we've now got these set up. Perfect. And our location script should then have a reference to this path's game object. That way it can, whatever paths that you add underneath this game object, it already has a reference to the parent, and it will then grab all the paths underneath that parent game object. God, I'm saying game object and parent like 6 times, so I got confused. All right, so as you can see, all of these platforms that represent the ground are all under the platforms parent, and they're all added to the location prefab. That's why they have that little green plus. And in the location prefab itself, we don't have any of that. So the reason this is showing up is actually because we're on the sandbox A scene. Now, one thing I'm going to do really quick is reorganize my scripts here. And we'll create another folder for paths with a lowercase s, please. And we'll grab the path scripts and throw those in here. Because environment and paths are kind of a sub idea of a location. So they live inside the locations folder, and then in the main locations folder, we have all the actual location scripts. Now it looks like everything is set up correctly. We have our camera bounds, we have our global light. We might want to add some audio here. We'll get to that later. We have a couple paths set up. We have platforms set up. And we don't have anything else other than some of the foreground and background stuff, right? And this is all then set up to parallax because of these parallax layers. Gotcha. So let's go ahead and grab these, and we're gonna put that underneath the location prefab itself, because every location will probably have ambience to it, and most locations will probably have music to it as well. And if they don't, we can just turn that off. And then we can get rid of this whole object there, because it actually lives under this audio object underneath the location now. And now, any location scene that we have would just have this location prefab dragged into it, and we can quickly create new locations this way. And the location script, now here's where the real meat is for this location system. This has a static field so that we know what is the current location, and it's updated by the location manager as we load and unload different locations, and we are registering for events for on location loaded and on location unloaded, and what this does is the location manager loads a new location. When that location is done loading, we invoke this on location loaded event, so that this location specifically will pick up that event and kind of initialize itself by setting its background and its camera bounds, because every location is going to have probably a different background and a different camera bounds for the camera. And this is where we then kind of check what is the current path. And if there is not a current path, we will return. And if there is a current path, like the default path, we are going to send that position to the player manager, so the player manager knows to move the character or the player character to that position. And that's kind of how that works. That is how that works, not kind of. All right, let's see. So Sandbox A is a location, and we now want to go to our location manager, and this is the guy. Now, do we have a location manager in here? I think I might. Yeah, so I already kind of coded this out. Fill that in. And we'll keep my copyright there. It should be added to all new scripts just because it's good practice. So the location manager will listen for events like setting the current location, loading a location, and unloading a location. So in case that needs to be done. So the set current location is an event that will take place, let's say when the game loads. If you're loading into an existing save file, we want to see what is your last saved position, and what is the location that save point belongs to, and then we would then set the current location to that that referenced location, which will then load the location and kind of handle the rest for us. So that all looks good. Now, the location manager is a dynamic prefab. Let's get rid of this one. We don't need that. Or it's a dynamic manager and needs to be made into a prefab is what I was trying to say. So we'll go here. We're going to create that prefab really quick. Location manager, let's reset its transform and add our location manager script. We will drag it in here. Oh, we already have one actually. I didn't realize, which was the same thing. Cool. Let's delete the one that we just created because there's no need for it. And now we have a location manager prefab. And this needs to be set up under our dynamic managers. So if we go in here, it already is. Perfect. What was the one that's missing? Is the mobile controls. Well, that's something for a mobile game. We might not use that for this game. This is planned to be on console and PC. I had created this to make it easy to build to my Android phone and kind of test with it in a faster way than making PC builds or even building to my developer Xbox. So we're just going to leave that out for now. Now the location manager, currently it's only listening to these events. Now what we probably want it to do is in the start method, after the location manager is first loaded, we probably want to check what is the current location. And we would get that from the save file. So right here, get current location from new or existing, let's just say from the current save file. Because once this is loaded, or once a new, I'm sorry, let me back up. Once a new game is started or you load into an existing game, the current save file will have already been set. So this location manager can then check that current save file to determine what is the starting location. And then from here we would call set current location with the current location. This IDE is JetBrains Rider. I prefer Rider over Visual Studio. It looks pretty much identical, but what I really like about it is it can do a lot of little extra things for you. At least, let me reiterate that. It did a lot of extra things that Visual Studio did not. For example, if you were to use some code that needed a using statement, it would automatically add the using statement for you. So I love JetBrains Rider for things like that. Now, Visual Studio has since updated itself many times, and they now have that feature too, as well as like the autocomplete and the built-in AI. But I've been using Rider forever, so that is what I prefer. Or I guess that's just what I got used to. But you can check that out on the JetBrains website. Go to JetBrains, just search JetBrains Rider. They'll give you a free 30-day trial. And yeah, Rider is an amazing IDE. They have their own built-in AI system that's pretty nice actually. So yeah, that's what the IDE is. So from here, we would get the current location from the save file, and then we would set it to the current location. But since we don't know what that is yet, we're going to comment that out But that's basically what would happen in our start menu here. Now, setting the current location will actually load that location. And once that location is loaded, it will then invoke that location loaded event that the location object would pick up on and then kind of initialize itself as here's the new background for the camera, here's the new camera bounds, and anything else that might go on here. We'll kind of fill that in as we go. So let's let that recompile. And that all seems set up. Now, how do we want to set... Now, so here's where we're going to get into the save system. And I have a save system already. Underneath my Dark Matter Studios tools, I have a save manager that kind of handles all this for me. But we realized that something is broken in this system where it's not actually creating a new save file for us when we start the new game. Now, why it's not creating the new save file, I don't quite know yet. Unfortunately, this is quite an extensive system that saves and loads from a save file, and it does it all asynchronously as well. That way, even if you were to close out your game, it would actually still save your game for you even after the game or Unity editor, or engine, I should say, the Unity engine had closed. It'll still be running in the background. That way you hopefully don't lose any information if like your computer crashed or something. So in here we have a new save file method, and that should be using whatever the save system is to create a new save file with the ID that you passed in. And then setting the current save file. So basically this is what we're looking for. And in our location manager back here, that's what this was here. So what we want to do is we want to say the current save file equals savefile.current. So then right here we could then check that current save file. Current location would be the current save file. It would be under save data. I think that's how I have it set up. Let's see, save data. So save data is it's just a dictionary, but I created a serializable dictionary so I can see it in the Unity editor, which just makes it nice to develop with. Basically what we're going to do is we can add and remove stuff from this dictionary. So this dictionary lives within the save file class, and then we can access the save data in that save file and add and load or remove save data from it at any point. And the save data itself is just a dictionary that contains a string and an object. The string represents the ID of the object, so we would then get the object that we need, and I've set up the get method so that you pass in the type of object, so that way when we retrieve the object, we actually cast it for you to whatever type of object it is. So for example, right here, we would use the get method, and we would pass it a key of some kind. So let's set that as a constant string what should we call this? I guess last location, maybe? Last location. And then we'll... I don't know what I want to actually call this yet, but that doesn't quite matter. Let's just say the key for this... actually, let's call this last location key. And this will then be the... actually, maybe we call it current location key. Current location. So we would pass that key into the save data underneath the current save file. And we want to pass in the type should be a location scriptable object. Now maybe that's not right. I think that's right. Now this might get confusing because it's a scriptable object, and I don't think... Well, we can serialize and save a scriptable object, so that should work just fine. Okay, so we would grab the current save file, and we would then get the current location by passing in the current location key to the save data. And if it gives us back nothing, we would then know to set the current location as the very default first location of the game. But either way, we can now pass this current location value into the set current location method. So on start of the location manager, we check the current save file, we get the current location, or we try to load the current location. And now the cool thing is I can actually pass in a default location. So maybe we'll put that up here. So the location manager can then have a serialized field. It's a location SO. We'll call it, call it default location. Okay. So when we try to get the current location from the save file using that key, we're going to pass in this default location as well. And now it no longer needs the type because we've passed in the type. It's actually specified right here. And if this save data does not exist in the current save file, it will then add the default location to the save data as the current location. So it'll automatically be added for us, and the default location will then be returned back. So we will always have a value here. We don't have to check if this is null, and then we can just pass it into the set current location. Now, one thing I'm going to do is we don't actually need that variable. We'll just put it there, and we'll do that. Technically, we could just put all of this right in there, and then make this a nice Lambda statement, just to clean things up a bit. So on start, we set the current location to whatever the current location is in the save file. And if there is none, it will then default to the default location. Right? Now, what is this complaining about? No, that's how I like to name my constant strings here, so, or any constant value for that matter. Constant fields private. So let's go update that. We're going to update the rule. Constant fields private. We'll open that up. We're going to add a new one, and it should be all upper, and hit OK and hit save, and that warning will go away because we want all uppercase to be an allowed way to name something that's a constant. This is how I like naming constants, is with all uppercase and then with underscores for spaces, because then it lets me know as I'm reading through the code that this is a constant value. Let's add a tooltip here to be a good programmer. The default location, let's just call it the default location scriptable object. All right, so if we go back into Unity and we go to our location manager, we can now set that default location to Sandbox A. So that way when we start a new game, the location manager will check the save file for the game that we're in. And if a location has been saved, it will try to load that location instead. If there has not been a location saved, that means that we're starting a new game because there is no location information yet. And then we want to load this default location. So let's see how that works. If we go start the game, we should get, we're gonna have to go through the splash screen and stuff here. But once we create a new game here, technically that Sandbox A location should be loaded if we set this up correctly. All right, so here is our main menu. We hit start, and right here under select profile would be any existing games. And for now, I created a new game button just to create a new game. We will put in a name for this, will be Kios TV, and we'll hit start. Now, we're getting a null reference, and the reason why, I actually know why, is because the location manager is trying to check the current save file. And as we know, the save manager is not working correctly. It's not creating a save file for us. So this is kind of the point where we need to diverge and go figure out what's going on with the save system, and fix the part where it creates a new game save. In fact, I think I know what's going on. Let me double check the start screen. So the start game screen, should, so the start the start game screen is the screen with the profiles for different games that you've created, so that you can click on a profile and load that existing game, as well as it has the new game button so that you can create a new game. And we're eventually going to change that so that the new game button shows as the different profiles if you haven't created one yet, I guess. But for now, we just put it as a quick, easy button. Now, the new game button opens the new game view, which is this guy. And the new game view, so the new game view is not doing anything. Whether or not you fill in the input field for the name of your file, when you press the start button, it's calling the new game event. And that's under the game manager. And all that is doing is just loading the game scene. So nowhere are we actually creating a new game file. So what we'd probably want to do is in here we're going to check is the string null or white space of the input field. This can't be static, yeah. Because if the input field doesn't have any text in it, then we don't want to allow you to do anything. You have to fill in a name for your profile, even if it's just the letter A, right? So if that input field is empty, let's return. Now, if we get past this point, that means it's not empty. And this is where we want to call save events, create a new save file with that ID. Let's actually cache that variable, new game ID. And then we're going to use that here. So if that's empty, return, don't do anything. And if it's not, we're going to tell the save manager to create a new save file. So that's why a new save file was not being created, because no one was telling it to create the new file. We were just loading directly into the game scene. So now a new save file will be created. And then we will tell the game manager to start a new game. Now, hopefully that works. I'm not quite sure that fixes our entire issue. But let's check it out anyway. Alright, so if we start a new game here, we'll use Memo this time since he's back, and we hit start. Hey, look at that. So it actually loaded into our game scene and loaded the Sandbox A location, because that's the default location. Now something has a missing behavior on it. That's fine. That's just some audio stuff. So we'll fix that later. But it does look now like our location system is working. Woo! Yeah. And if we go to the persistent data path, we should have a new save file here. Look at that. And it's created with the name that you gave it. So Memo, here is your save file. And then after it is the it's a generated UID for the save file, unique ID, I should say. That way, if you were to create another new game with the same exact name, you could then have multiple with the same name, and it'll be able to differentiate between them. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta talk to my daughter really quick. No, I was gonna finish. All right. So yeah, so this is a .sav file, and all that really is a text file that now has absolutely nothing in it because, well, that's another problem. Technically, it should have saved the default location in here, as well as it should have all of these different values. So a save file is just a serializable class, and the save manager should have created a new one of these with the ID that we gave it of memo, and then serialized all the data in this file to then be in this text file, and it's not doing that. But we have made progress. This also means, we're still currently playing, so this also means if we start over, we'll get back to that. If we start over, we should technically have a save file now. Well, maybe not, because I don't know if it will be able to read the empty file as an actual valid save file. But if it does, we should have a new profile show up with Memo's name on it. So if we go to the start game screen, no, it's so because the file is empty, it's not seeing it as a valid save file. So we would actually have to start a new game, which is not what we want. So this is where we have to get into what is going wrong with the save system. But it is creating the file now. That was kind of the first part. Now this is just an audio cue. So let me fix this script really quick. That would be an audio cue SO. And then in here, we would have, sorry, just one audio clip. Ambience City. Hey, there we go. We actually have it. So now, technically, when we load into the Sandbox A scene, I believe that's the ambience that it has set. So under the ambience player, no, it does not. I don't know where it got that from then, actually. That's weird. But this is where we would fill that in, is it should have the city ambience. So when we load into this scene, this audio player will then start playing the ambience for us. So we'll just put it in there for testing purposes. But let's get back to startup. Now, let's go check that really quick, actually, while we're here. We'll create a new game. We'll see if that ambience actually starts working. And if the ambience works, then we're going to jump over into the save manager system code and figure out what's going wrong here. Because this is a pretty extensive system. It's also very important for any game, right? Every game basically has a way to save data in the game. So let's start a new game. Say Bob. And it worked. So we'll turn down the music here and turn up the volume. And you can see over here on our ambience channel, you can kind of hear the cop car going by and stuff. So yeah, so the ambience is working how we would want it to. So good, good, good. Now what was going wrong here was, so we're setting the main camera to null when we destroy the camera manager. And we should probably add a line here that says if the camera is not set, then do not invoke this event. Because someone might call this method to set the main camera to null, because maybe we're not using the main camera or for some reason. It's actually only happening because I'm stopping the runtime. So it technically wouldn't happen, but we still want to be good coders, be good developers here, and probably add that check so that it doesn't invoke the event for anyone who's listening to it to do something with the null camera that was passed in, right? So let's go to our camera manager. And in here, we're calling main camera.set, and if not is set return. So right here, we set the isSet Boolean variable to true if the camera is not null. If it is null, this will be set to false. And so if not is set, we're just going to return because we don't want to invoke that event with a null camera. So that'll fix that error. Now, what we really need to get into, though, is our save manager system. And this guy is kind of a headache. It gets a little extensive here. A save manager has a reference, well, the save manager itself, it's not a singleton mono behavior, but is a mono behavior for managing save files and save data. I used to use singletons and for certain things to get up and running quickly. I have now since changed this from a singleton to just a regular mono behavior, or my own version of a mono behavior called a base behavior. So it's no longer a singleton. We'll remove that from the description. Now, this system has a reference to a save system scriptable object. And what we have, for example, is a file save system, which is a save system scriptable object. And what it does is it saves your game to a file and loads from that file. So I would be willing to bet that something's going wrong with the save system, the file save system, because we are calling this method the new save file. When we create the new save file, we pass in that ID that we set, and the new save system should be creating a new save file using that ID, saving it, which it is. Now, I'm wondering, the save file, technically it should have all of this data. Those are all serialized fields. So here's our two save files. Why it didn't add all those fields, I'm not quite sure. That might have something to do with the JSON serialization. Let's dive into it here. There's something going wrong here. And let's go ahead and delete these save files because they're never going to show up as valid save files because of that. So let's see. Oh, you know what? I think I know what's going on. We're creating a new save file, but we're not actually saving it. So we'd want to await the save system save that save file. And the save method in the file save system is where we then serialize everything. So we weren't calling this save method. We're just creating a new file, which would create the file on disk, but not actually write anything to it. That might fix this. So let's go ahead and build that. We got a couple warnings here. It's assigned, but its value is never used. Yeah, I thought I fixed that already. There we go. So now in Awake, we set the value of the main camera and we set the value of the camera effects. The camera effects is just a utility class that I have on the virtual camera where I can then do like screen shake and stuff. So any type of camera effect I will add into here. So for now we just have screen shake, but we might have like post-processing effects that we do from time to time for, like when you're fighting a boss or something, there might be some post-processing that we add to the camera if you get hit by some magic attack, maybe, I don't know. Just trying to come up with an example here. So that should fix our build warning, and it did. And now we have to go open that other project and rebuild those packages. All right, so this is going to take a minute. We've rebuilt the Dark Matter Studios tools libraries, or assemblies, I guess, into the Dark Matter Studios Unity project. And now we are exporting all of that as updated Unity packages that can then be pulled into our other project. So as soon as this is done exporting, we'll get it imported. And we might actually have fixed our system here. I really don't want to dive into the save manager code if I can avoid it, because this is a very complex system with a lot of different things going on, like hash verification, compression, and encryption. I might want these to be swapped around. I think you're supposed to encrypt first and then compress. And then you uncompress and then unencrypt when you're loading. But that does not really matter at the moment. But I'm hoping that this is the fix, because diving into each of the pieces of this system and figuring out where in this process the file is not being written correctly is going to be a pain in the ass. Man, still exporting here. Wow, it's taking a long time. There we go. So all done. Now let's re-import that updated package. As you can see, I have packages for everything. So Unity packages. So here's all the packages that we just exported. Oh. Sorry, I muted for a second. There was a fire truck going by. I didn't want you guys to pick that up. So, and as you can see in here, I've got packages for each and every project of my Dark Matter Studios tools, as well as, did you? What, was it that loud for real? Jeez. I was hoping my NVIDIA broadcast, oh wait, do I even have NVIDIA broadcast running? Oh, I don't even have NVIDIA broadcast running. Hey. So technically, NVIDIA broadcast should have canceled out that fire truck noise, and I didn't realize it wasn't even running this entire time. So now we should have some nice noise. You've probably been hearing all my keyboard clacking too, which is not what I wanted. But now that's running in the background, so now it should hopefully use some noise cancellation on my keyboard sounds and any cars or fire trucks or ambulances or whatever that drive by, and then you guys don't have to deal with that. So let's see, where were we? We were importing that updated package, which we did. That should hopefully fix our problem. So if we play the game and create a new save file, sounded like it was right outside. Holy shit, this is loud. So we should be able to start a new game, create a new save file. That save file shows up here, which we already know it does, but this time it should not be empty. It should actually contain data for a new save. So let's create a new game for Memo, start the game, and if we go back here, here is that save file that was just created, and if we edit it, it is still empty. I was really hoping that we had fixed that. This is going to be difficult to go through this system and figure out what's going on. So I don't know if I want to do that today, or maybe even do that off stream. The save system is very extensive, and I really don't want to bore you guys with having to read through this and figure out what's going wrong. But basically, we are taking that save file. In fact, when we called the new file, yeah, so when we created the new file, that actually should have saved it too. So we didn't need to update the code of the new game view. Or no, wait, where did we update that? We updated that in the save manager. So right here, we shouldn't have had to add this line, because when the new save file is created, it should be writing it to disk anyways. It should be saving it right away. So something's going wrong with the serialization of this save file. Do I want to dive into that today? I don't know that I do. Like, I do, but I don't know that I want to bore you guys with that, because it's just going to be me sitting here reading code and trying to figure out a bug for, I don't know how long that'll take. I was hoping it wouldn't take long at all and that we had just solved it, but that was not the case. Let's try this. Let's just quickly add in some log statements. That way we can kind of see what's going on. And if we can't figure this out too quickly, then we are going to move on from this and try to work on something else. But we did make progress already today that we are loading into that generic game scene, checking the current save file, and then loading either the default location or your last known location. So we actually kind of accomplished what we started out to do already, which is awesome. So file save system, serialized data, and we'll pass serialized in there. And just for the fun of it, let's put another log up here. File save system, saving started, ... So now, from the save file, we are creating a hash using the cryptography system, and then we're re-serializing it. So if we log out the serialized data, let's say with hash, when it's logged out here, the hash field should be empty. When it's logged out here, the hash field should then be filled in. Then let's do a log here. Actually, we want to do it like this, and take this and put it up here. Compressed serialized data, and then we'll do the same thing down here, and this should be encrypted serialized data. Now what is my file system doing? It's just writing all text, so that should work. And with UTF-8 encoding, so just writing it to the path with the contents that we provide with UTF-8 encoding. So, I mean, technically this should be working. I'm not understanding what's going on. Let's add a few more log statements just for sanity check here. File name will then be file name, and file path will then be the path. And that should be working. So let's go ahead and build that. We got to re-export the packages and import it back into the other project. And then we can run and kind of hopefully see what's going on. I have a feeling, now that I've kind of looked at it, something might be going wrong with the serialization in the first place. It might be taking the save file that we've given it and returning back an empty string. I'm not entirely sure, but I would be willing to bet that the serializer is not serializing the data correctly, and it's returning back an empty string. And part of that might actually be because I prefer to use Newtonsoft for serialization, and that might not be working in the editor. So the data that we're saving, it should be this save file class memo. So the save file class is just a generic class that's serializable. It has serializable fields, so all of these fields should be able to serialize from Newtonsoft when you pass it this. And we should be getting inside of this .sav file that we created would technically be, since encryption and compression and stuff are turned on, it's just going to be an encrypted string. But if we turned off encryption, this would just be the JSON representation of this file. So I would be willing to bet that it's the serialization system that's not quite working. And that might be because I'm testing it in the editor and I should use Unity's serialization in the editor. Whereas in a final build, I would rather use Newtonsoft because it's a lot better. But Newtonsoft should be working just as well too. So I'm kind of confused. The Newtonsoft serializer isn't doing anything special. It's literally just calling JSON convert serialize object, which is from the Newtonsoft JSON namespace. And of course I pass in like formatting and stuff, but none of that should matter. I am giving it that save file object. It should be giving me back the serialized string representation in JSON of that save file. And that's what should then be showing up inside this save text file itself. So let's see, did I build that? 339, I think I did. That was a while ago. So now we have to re-export the packages and then re-import it into the other project. And what we just did is we added, where is it? In the file save system, there it is. We added a bunch of log statements so that we can kind of see what's going on when a file is serialized. My best guess here is that the serializer is returning an empty string, which is then being written to that file. But since it's an empty string, the file then looks empty, right? So let's see here. It's going to take a minute to export these packages again. And I really don't like that turnaround time. Yeah. It's kind of a hassle that every time one of these systems is not working, I have to open up this original this Dark Matter Studios project, go fix the code, rebuild all these projects into the Dark Matter Studios Unity, the Unity project that is, and then re-export all the packages. It's kind of a hassle just to make like a one-line change. But it will be worth it. That much I know, because these all of these systems, all of these Dark Matter Studios tools will be reusable across any game project that we make for Dark Matter Studios. So if I can get the save system working here, which I thought I already had it working, all of these are supposed to be working and tested, but apparently the save system was not. Everything else seems to be, though. So if we can get this working in Midnight Sun, which is still running in the background, let's stop that shit. If we can get that working in Midnight Sun, then the save system will then be ready and modular and reusable across any project that we want to use it in. So we just exported all the packages. We can now import that package again. Okay. Could not decompress package. That's not good. I guess I have to export that. Well, let's rebuild it just in case. Nope, didn't need to do that. Nothing changed. Then let's re-export it. I think something went wrong with the export just right now, which I haven't actually seen before. And it might have been because I was switching around different windows while doing that. So let's leave it right here. We're going to let it compress and export each package. And as soon as this is done, we should be able to switch back to Midnight Sun and import that package to fix the error. And I have an idea for how to shorten the turnaround time. I need to update the package exporter system to check if any files have changed. If nothing has changed within a package or within the directory that the files exist that we're trying to create a package from, we don't need to export a new package, right? We only need to export the ones that have actually changed. That will dramatically decrease the time it takes to export packages. So if I go into the save system and make a single line change, I can then rebuild that save system quickly. And when I try to export the packages, it should skip every other package except the ones that we're creating that have the new save system in it, or the updated save system. That will hopefully tremendously decrease the time that this takes. All right, so it looks like it actually worked that time. Last time I realized last time it didn't open this folder, the Windows Explorer folder, and this time it did. So I'm assuming that it actually built successfully this time, which I've never had a problem with before. And let's go ahead and try to re-import that package. Yeah, that seems to be working. All right, so let's re-import this package. We are going to play the game again. We're going to create another new game, which should in turn create a new save file. And while it does, when it tries to save that save file, we should then be able to see what's going on. I should maybe have added some logging to actually look at the properties of the save file too. But we'll get to that later if this doesn't work. Well, this isn't going to work. All we did was add logging just so we can see what's going on. So we create a new game. We'll say Memo is our name, and we hit start. Interesting. So it's not the serialization system. I would have been willing to bet that it was. So it looks like the file save system started saving, and as you can see, it created a new JSON representation. Here it is. Here's what should be inside that save file, is this JSON representation that has the ID of Memo, it has a GUID, it has the version of the game, a true or false statement if this file was auto-saved or not, the date time that it was created, the date time that it was last modified, the number of times that it's been saved, the saved data itself, and the hash for it, which should be empty at this point. So now right underneath it, we should have one with a hash filled in, which we do. Then here is the string of what all that data looks like in a compressed format. So it has taken this JSON representation, the string of it, and it's compressed it and given us this. Then when we try to encrypt that, that's when we're getting back nothing. So it's actually in the encryption that is failing. That's very interesting. But what's really comforting to know is that actually everything else is working for now. If we want to get past this, we can just disable encryption for now. That's not a big deal. It's not even technically necessary, but the point of compression and encryption is, one, so it'll save a lot less, it'll take up a lot less disk space, and two, it'll then encrypt the data, which it kind of technically already is with the compression. Like, this is not a JSON representation that you could edit, but if we wrote it to disk just as is, technically someone could go in and inside the saved data, they could update it to be at like level 100 and at the last location of the game or something. And we want to try to prevent cheating here. So that's why we're doing encryption. So everything seems to be working though, except for encryption. That is super interesting. But also comforting, because I thought I was going to have to figure out what's going wrong with the serialization. So up until this point, everything's working. Right here, the encryption is not working. Now, the save manager, the type of encryption that I have it using is AES encryption, and this lives in my core project. Don't look at that. You guys shouldn't have seen that hash and salt. I just showed it on stream. I'll have to regenerate it now. Well, it's probably not going to matter. You're probably going to see it here anyway. Let's see. So underneath the core project, under encryption, we have our AES encryption. So this is the guy that's having a problem. So when we call the encrypt method, we are giving it an input string. Ooh, I just got an Amazon package myself. You screenshotted it? No, Memo, you're not supposed to do that, bro. Gosh. Anyways, so it should be taking that string input and a hash and a salt that you give it, and then spitting back an encrypted string. So something's going wrong here with my encryption system, and that is not working. So at least we know now where the problem is, and how we can easily fix that is in our save manager, our variant prefab, we will go into the settings and we're going to turn off using encryption. In fact, let's turn off compression too, because I want the save file to look like the JSON data that it represents. I want to make, well, I know that it's going to work now, but I want you guys to be able to see that. So let's delete these invalid save files. We've turned off encryption and compression, and let's once again go make a new game. And this time, let me open that save folder so it's ready to go. This time, when we create a new game, the save file should actually have all the save data inside of it. So create a new game, say memo, start, and now here is our save file. And if we open this up in a text editor, hey, look at that. we actually have a save file that has all of that serialized data. So that's technically now working. The problem seems to be with encryption. So I can figure that out at a later time. That's not a big deal. Now, one other thing I noticed, though, is that the location should have been added to the save data, but it is not there. And part of that might be because I added it, but I forgot to then resave the file with the updated save data. So this save file, as you see it, represents the save file that was created when we started the new game. And when the location was added to it, it has not yet been saved to disk with that new updated data. So technically, maybe when we stop playing, it might have done that. And no, it did not. So what did we just get? Where did my alert go, bro? Yo, Tiago Moraz. I think that's how you say that. Thank you for the follow, bro. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate you. Trying to grow the community here and show off some awesome development, as well as some video gaming and music creation and all that good stuff. So welcome to the community. I very much appreciate you. So let's see, where did we add? Should have been in the location manager. So the save data get method should be saving. No, it's under save data. So save data, when we get, if it doesn't contain the key, we are adding the key with the default value and then returning it. Technically here, we want to save again. That is the problem, is we've added data to the save file, but we did not actually write the updated save file to disk. And no one's doing that. So if we go back... Yo, what's up, Tiago? How's your day going? We can get rid of all these debug log statements, actually. Well, we're going to keep the encryption one, because that's where it's going wrong. But we know all this other stuff is working. So that's what we want. We know that those are working. And we'll do it like so. Okay, so now technically the save manager should be saving the game. Actually, I don't know that on application quit is being called when I stop running in the editor. So maybe we want to add an on destroy. And instead, no, because if we leave from the game scene back to the main menu scene, we want it to still save. That will not be an application quit event. That won't even be an on destroy event. The on destroy event will only happen when the entire Unity engine has been closed out. And same with the on application quit. Except that'll happen right before that happens. So, oh, you know what we could do is, back in the game manager, when we actually call quit, right here is where we then want to say save the game. So if you, no, because that won't happen when you stop playing in the editor either. So let's do it in on destroy then. So on destroy of the game, no, well that will work, but it'll work for now. Let's do it there. So when we destroy the game manager, we will invoke the save event, just so that that file should technically update itself with the new save data. And now I'm actually wondering too if that save file will show up as an actual save file when we get to the start game screen. So Tiago, we're working on my game that I have called Midnight Sun for now. It's meant to be a 2D Metroidvania game built inside Unity, and for my studio, Dark Matter Studios. So here's the main menu so far, and as you just saw, I have a splash screen, auto save notice, and stuff like that. And when we start, I was hoping that save file would show up here, but that still seems to not be working. But let's create a new game, and we'll call it Tiago Moraz, and we'll start. And now if we go here, we have our new save file, so that's working. And when we stop playing in the editor, that technically should have called the save method again. I don't think it did. We should have technically gotten all of these log messages again. So I guess that did not work like I was hoping it would. Interesting. So how do we want to handle that? That did not work. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. I was hoping that when we stop playing the game in the editor, it would then tell the save system to save. That actually might be too late. Maybe the save manager was already destroyed, and we invoked that event, and because it no longer existed, nothing acted upon it. So that might not be the right place to do that. I guess for now, let's just go ahead and call it from here. Whenever we add new save data, we will go ahead and save again. And so let's actually reverse that. There is another method. So this is all my own code. So yeah, I know what's going on. Oh, for stop playing in the editor. Oh, that's a good point, Memo. I think that's what Tiago meant too. Event for when stop playing in Unity editor. Yeah, he's this guy's got like the same thing going. maybe the editor application is paused. Pause, is compiling, is updating. Oh, so there is an event. I think. So in here, let's register for that event. Is that a thing? Editor play mode? No, that must have been his own event that he created. Yeah, okay, I see. So it would be this event. Editor application play mode state changed. No, that's not the event though. Let's see. We can figure it out. So editor, nope, not analytics. Application dot on. No, it's probably called something else. What was he using? Play mode state changed. Play mode state changed event. So then we can register for that. And let's create a new method. So when the editor application on play mode state changed, we'll call this mode. And we'll say if, oh, not game events, if mode equals, exiting play mode state. Interesting. So if it equals exiting, we can then call save events.save. Hey, look at that. And we'll make that static just because we can. And let's move this down all the way to the bottom because it's not actually needed for the real build of the game. It's just needed for while testing inside the editor. And then let's make sure we also unregister from this because we are good developers and we want to clean up after ourselves. Hey, okay, that might actually work. Let's go ahead and delete these invalid, well, they're valid save files now, but they're not being picked up by the save system for some reason, but that's a problem for another day. What we care about is that, well, I guess I shouldn't have deleted them so I could show this off, but inside the save file, there was a save data field that was empty. When we first load into the game, that save data field should no longer be empty. It should then be filled in with the current location that you're in, which is the default location. But that was not working. So let's go ahead and make a new save file here called Tiago. We'll start the game. Now, let me clear the console. When I stop playing, technically that event should be fired. The save manager should save if it hasn't been destroyed already. That could still be another problem, is we have our save manager here in the scene, but when I stop playing, the game manager is what's going to fire that event to save the game, and the save manager might have already been destroyed at that time, so no one will be listening for that event anymore, which hopefully is not the case. So when I stop playing, hopefully we should get all the logs again that the file was saved. And we did not. So I think I do need to do it this way then. I don't want to save every time I add data to the save data though. That's bad practice because I will be writing to disk many times anytime someone needs to add save data to the save file. What I would prefer to do is, let's say this is like a Hollow Knight type game, is enemies or locations or objects in the scene can add their save data to the save file, and when the player sits down at a save point or at like a bench in Hollow Knight, that's when I want to invoke this event. That way, save data is collected. The save file is then considered dirty because it has data in it that has not been written to disk yet. And then we should be writing that save file to disk when we hit a save point or when we quit the game. But for now, this is going to be a temporary fix that should hopefully just show that that's working. So let's rebuild that. We also have to figure out what's going wrong in my encryption algorithm here, but I'll do that later. And let's re-export all my Dark Matter Studios tools. And then we can import them into this other project. So this is kind of a tedious thing, but I have a separate C# solution that has a lot of pre-built systems that I've built over the years that I use for audio, for the camera, for cutscenes, for the loading screen, for logging, for saving, for UI. I've got all sorts of stuff in here. But this all lives outside of Unity. So anytime I want to make a change to these tools, I go and make the change inside this solution, which I then have to rebuild into a Unity project, which is this one right here, the Unity.DarkMatterStudios project. And this is kind of a sandbox project that all the tools get built into, where I can then test them and use them in an actual Unity environment. And then from here, when I'm happy with them, I export all of these different tools as Unity packages. So you'll see when this exporting finishes, we're going to get a Windows File Explorer window, Windows window. We'll get a File Explorer window that will then have a Unity package for all those different tools that I was just showing. There it is. Speak of the devil. So you can see we have a package for audio, for cinematics, different types of cinematics, whether we're using regular, the high definition render pipeline, or the universal render pipeline, my cutscenes, just all my tools are in here, including I make a full install that includes all the other packages. So it's really easy to pull everything into a project all at once. So now that we've re-exported those, let's go ahead and re-import them into this project using the full install addressable URP, because we're using addressables and we're using the universal render pipeline, and those have specific projects inside of them for me to do that. So we re-import all of this, and the reason we just did all that is because we added this one line of code, which is very frustrating that I have to go through that process anytime I want to add or change something in the tools. But these tools are used throughout all the different projects that I create. So fixing it one time and exporting all those packages allows me to then quickly import it and update any other project that's using these tools. As well as more quickly and more efficiently create new projects when I have ideas, right? Now when we play, we should be able to make a new save file. So, and I can show you now. So in this save file, the save file itself worked, but there is then this save data field. I don't know how well you can see that. Let me zoom in here. There is this save data field that should technically contain data in it that was added to the save file, and it does not. And that's kind of the problem that we're trying to fix. So now that we have made it so anytime that we add data to this field, the save file should be rewritten to disk. And that's just a temporary fix. As I was saying, we don't want to constantly write to disk like that. But for now, we're just trying to confirm that this will work and contain data. So let's delete this save file. We'll start a new game. This time, let's go with memo. Shoot. That's not going to work because encryption was turned back on. So memo's file will be empty because the encryption is not working. Let me try that one more time. Sorry. We got to turn off encryption and compression. And that should have remained off actually, because this is the original prefab. This is the variant of that prefab. Why is the original... If I update that... So the variant is updating the original for some reason. That's really weird, actually. Anyways, let's look at that in a second. Let's try this again. So the encryption and compression got turned back on. That's a bummer. We turned them back off, and now it should hopefully work like we were hoping. Also, I can remove this editor application. I'm not sure what's wrong with my encryption yet. So I have this AES encryption scriptable object that I've created that takes a input string as well as a hash and a salt, and then it should be serializing it and encoding it, and using the AES and SHA-256 encryption to do so. However, something's going wrong in here, so for now I'm just disabling it because it's not really necessary at this point in development. We can figure that out at a later time, I guess. So let's create another new game. We'll do Tiago again. We'll start. And now we should have a save file, and it did not save any data to it. Interesting. So we have a couple bugs. One is encryption is not working for the save system. And two is adding data to the save data of the save file is also not working. Interesting. Interesting. How do we fix that? Let's go ahead and get rid of this method, because that was technically what I was looking for, but it won't work for my purposes, and it might not work every time because that save manager might be destroyed before we do that. Let's close all that. Let me think here. So we'll come back to the encryption. I'm not really too worried about the encryption right now. It's here, the save data. Now, save data is a type of serializable dictionary, which is just a dictionary, but I've used the iSerialization callback receiver interface. I've implemented that. That way you can see this object in the Unity editor, which is kind of nice to have for development purposes. In fact, let me see if I can show you that. I don't think I have a way to show that yet, which kind of defeats the purpose. Anyways, so when we added information to this file, or specifically, I'll show what's going on. My location manager in start is getting whatever the current save file is. It's referencing the save data inside that save file, and then it's trying to get what is your current location, which is just a constant string that I have. And that should just be working like a dictionary, where this is the key that we're passing in, and it should give us back whatever the current location is. That's where we get here. So it's passing in that key. I'm also passing in the default value. So if this key does not exist in the dictionary, we're skipping these lines of code. We are then adding that key to the dictionary with the default value that we've passed in, and should have then saved the save file and then returned the value, which in this case would be the default value. But after these two lines of code, this save data field should then have a key inside of it. So it would look like so. And it would say current location equals, and then this would be an object that represents the current location. So after that data was added, it should be showing up here in the save file, and something's going wrong with that, which I don't understand because it's just a dictionary. I'm not doing anything special. So let's delete, we'll leave that for reference. So, let's add maybe a log here. This is save data. The get method getting save data with ID, and then we'll pass in the key, or we'll say with key. Then save data with key did not exist. Ass. adding save data to current save file. If I can type. All right. Then here we should have added the save data to the save file, and then we should be calling save again. Now maybe back in save, Let's add some logging here really quick. Save manager. In the save method, saving ... I guess we don't need that. Current save file is not set. In fact, let's make this a warning. Current save file is not set. In fact, let's move this one down to here for when it actually starts. Nah, that's fine. We'll just put it at the top. Then let's do another warning here and say unable to back up current save file. So every time we save, we get whatever the current save file is, and first we create a copy of it, a backup, and then we try to save the dirty data. And if for whatever reason any of this fails, or we pass in a cancellation token as well. If saving is canceled, we will delete the backup file, we'll actually restore the save file with the current version. I feel like this should have been the backup, actually. Do I even have a backup? I don't think I do. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I think this automatically uses the backup. Yeah, so restoring automatically uses the backup for whatever save file you pass in, because it then uses this save file to know which file to overwrite. So that should all be fine. Let's go ahead and copy that and put it here. Unable to save dirty save data. Kitty Sushi, what's up? I'm doing pretty good today. How are you doing? So nice, just chilling. We're doing some coding today, some game dev on my game Midnight Sun. That will hopefully be a very cool 2D Metroidvania game that everyone will want to play one day. So but we have a few bugs that are going on, so we're just trying to add some logging here really quick so I can kind of follow the process in the Unity editor to see kind of where the process is failing. Backing up save file ... saving dirty save data ... Yeah, because this is a save system that I wrote for myself, and I have a few things going wrong with it that I can figure out, but it might be a little boring. So I apologize if sitting here coding is not too entertaining. But I'll show you the game in just a second, actually. Let me just add these. Ouch, that hurts. Why? I'm trying to be entertaining for you guys. I don't want to bore you with just sitting here. Not everyone likes to watch me sit here and code. Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah, it's totally the program's fault. It's not the programmer's fault at all. I'm just kidding. Let's see. So saving dirty save data. Unable to save dirty save data. Save completed. Oops, I can't spell. Completed successfully. I think. Oh, wait a minute. I think this was supposed to happen before. Because we're checking if the save data is dirty. That means we have data to save. So let's add another log here. No dirty save data. So save completed successfully. And then here, if we've made it here, that means there is data for us to save. And then we actually want to try to save it. And if it fails, then we would get this. And then we'll take this save completed successfully. So I use JetBrains Writer. I prefer Writer over Visual Studio because I've been using it for a really long time. And what's going on here? It does a lot of niceties, like it'll automatically add using statements and things for you. Like if you use something that it needs to reference, those will automatically be added, whereas Visual Studio didn't always do that for you. Now, Visual Studio has since updated itself many times over, and it has that ability now. And that's just an example of one thing. So Visual Studio does the same thing now, but I've been with Writer for years, so I just stick to it. I guess I'm loyal to it. And it only costs like a couple bucks a month to use. But yeah, check it out, JetBrains Writer at jetbrains.com. This is the IDE that I prefer to use. Sorry, I didn't mean to exit out of that so quick, actually. All right, so we clean the dirty data. And then down here, save completed successfully. Yeah, Writer is pretty cool. I can't give you any other good examples off the top of my head of what it does, but you can kind of see, like, let's say, let me add something in here. So let's say I'm adding, let's see, how to give you a good example. So it has great syntax highlighting, and like as Memo says, if you're not using a variable, oh, interesting. Let me open that back up. I pay like $7 a month for Writer. Here's pricing right here, actually. So this is the yearly price. Oh, here we go, monthly billing. So I think I started at $14.90 a month. But as you continue to pay for it, they decrease your price that you pay each month. So I've been with them long enough now for like 8 to 10 years that I'm down to like $8. And well, I'd log into my PayPal and show you. That's probably not a good idea. Yeah, I guess I have like 40% off now because I've been with them for like 8 to 10 years. So, also they have like for students and teachers, or here's for former students. So if you try the student version, they'll then give you a 40% off code. Oh, interesting. Yeah, let's see. Where did it say that? Oh, yeah, you're right. It does say that here. So on your second year of uninterrupted subscription, so as long as you keep paying for it, you then get 20% off for your entire second year. And then on your third year, you get 40% off for that year and every year after. So pretty cool. So I've been with them for a long time now. I'm down to like $7.90 or something. Let's calculate that out really quick. $14.90. So $5.96 minus $5.96. So maybe I pay like $9 a month for it. But yeah, if you're doing development work professionally, or if you can afford it for personally, it is totally worth it. Visual Studio's great, and I have nothing against it. But yeah, and I think you get you save money by doing it the yearly price as well, like Memo's saying. But if you can afford it, it's totally worth it. There's things that it just still does better than Visual Studio, in my opinion. For example, I know what to show you. Let's say I create a new C# script, and we'll give Unity a second to recompile. And then I open that script. You can see it automatically grays out any methods that aren't being used, including any using statements that aren't being used. And then just like in Visual Studio, how you press Control-period for their shortcut, in Writer that's actually Alt plus Enter. So I can put the cursor on one of these that's not being used, press Alt-Enter, and it then gives me this option to automatically remove any using statements in the file. So if I select that, and I didn't need to select it with the mouse either, I could just hit Enter, right? If you want to stick to your keyboard. And as you can see, it then removed those using statements for me. So like same here, I can remove the redundant Unity event because it's not being used. So stuff like that. If you have, say, a variable, my variable, let's see, how do I get the syntax for that? Let's say equals 0f maybe. There you go. I had to give it a value, I guess. Oh, that's another good point, Memo. Thank you. So as you can see, it has now underlined this variable because it's not being used anymore, or it's not being used anywhere, I should say. So maybe I was using it and then I refactor my code and I no longer need this. It will very quickly tell me over here on the side, like these are the different events that it's trying to show me that are color coded. And then I can kind of scroll through my script and go, oh, hey, just by seeing that this is underlined in yellow, that means I don't need it anymore. So I can Alt-Enter, and I could remove it. I think there's a way to do that. Well, I thought there was a way to do that. Anyway, it has great syntax highlighting. Another thing that's great is, like Memo was saying, it can change all your implicit and explicit modifiers. So personally, when I code, anything that's private, I don't put the word private in front of it. If it doesn't have anything in front of it, like public, internal, protected, that automatically tells me as I'm reading through the code that that's private. So I don't even have to think about it. Whereas if I had the word there, I then have to take the time to look at that word and go, oh, okay, that's private. And that might not be such a hassle for some people, but for me, I personally prefer to not have the word private there. However, where do you change the implicit explicit? I know that there's a quick way to do that. Maybe if I add private. So because I have it set to explicitly remove the private modifier, it then tells me that it gives me the ability to automatically remove it as well. Oh, here's the explicit implicit. And another great thing about Rider 2 is anything that it inspects, you can go look at that inspection, and then you can actually click on this, why is Rider suggesting this? And it will open a web page that explains to you very clearly C# modifiers, and it suggests to use private and internal modifiers explicitly by default, but I think I have that turned off because I prefer not to use that if it's not needed. But the great thing is, where was I? You can then go to any inspection and you can see why is Rider suggesting you to do that, and you can kind of read about it and then go, oh yeah, that makes sense. I would prefer to do that then. Or you can read it and go, oh, well, I don't exactly agree with that. I'm gonna stick to the coding standards that I'm used to. So yeah, that's some of the cool features of Rider. Now, oh, and that was the other thing I was gonna say is you can get Rider for free for open source projects. It's like a non-commercial license. And if you follow their channel, I think they have a YouTube channel. Yeah, see, that's another great thing. I also prefer to just use the word var for my variables. So let's say I have a variable here. I'd say var is awesome equals true, right? Oh, hold on. Let's really sell it here. Is Rider awesome equals true. And I like to use all my variables as vars as well. In fact, let's say I have a list of strings. I can then for each, well, hold on. Maybe that's not the best one. Let's do just a regular for loop. Strings.length. It'll then give you, right here, it'll suggest that you can turn any explicit variable into the word var. So I can just Alt-Enter and update it to var. And then like Memo's saying, sometimes when you work for a company, they might have a specific standard that they want you to use. So you can write your code the way that you prefer, and then when you're done, you could then come in and change specify type explicitly. So right here, I Alt-Enter on the word var, and I can hit enter, and that changes it back to integer for me. Now, let's say I had multiple actually, let's turn that back to var. Let's say I have multiple. So like you've written all your code with the word var. You can then Alt-Enter on one of them. Whoops, I didn't do that right. Alt-Enter on one of them, and then in the little drop-down arrow, you can then change the explicit or implicitness of every single type in the whole file. So if I select that, it then updates all of them, including this one up here, which is great because you can write then all of your code and then very quickly switch it to the style of code that your company would want it to be as for the final product. So yeah, another great feature. And you can do it for the whole project as well. So like here's the other options were for the file, in the current folder, in the current project, or for the entire solution. So you can very quickly update things how you might want them to be. Anyways, let's go ahead and, where was that? Where did I create that? There it is. Let's go ahead and delete that now, so I don't forget that it's there. And then, did we add all the using statements here that we wanted? I mean, log statements. Yo, Kitty Sushi, thank you for following. I very much appreciate you. Welcome to the Dark Matter community. We love to work hard and play even harder here. So thank you very much. I appreciate you. That is awesome. Okay, so we got all of our log statements. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. I thank you for following. Oh, I appreciate that. I try not to tell myself that, but thank you for telling me that. It makes me happy. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so we got all our log statements in. Let's go ahead and build my tools. We'll get them into my Dark Matter Studios project. So what I'm doing right now, Kitty Sushi, I have this separate solution where I keep a bunch of different tools that I've developed over the years for myself for different Unity projects. And we just changed some of the code. So I'm rebuilding all of these projects because these do not live inside Unity. And by building them, I actually have them all set up so that when I do build, it automatically copies the build to my Unity project. I've then got this generic Dark Matter Studios Unity project that all of these get built into. So you can see under my Dark Matter Studios folder, these are all the different projects or tools that I've created for myself. And then for instance, inside of them, you'll see under the assemblies folder, these are the DLL files that we just built. And then so why I do this, I build them all into an actual Unity project so that I can mess around with them in here and kind of see if they work how I want them to. And then last but not least, I can then export them all as Unity packages. So we'll go ahead and export this here, and it'll take just a second. And basically, what it's doing, it's going through each and every one of these tools, and it's creating a Unity package from it, so I can then import those Unity packages into any other project that I work on, which makes it really quick makes it really efficient and easy when I have a new game idea. I can quickly start a brand new empty project. I can import all these tools in, and then I've already got systems in place for things like audio, for the camera, for cutscenes, for logging for developer purposes, for UI, for all the stuff that you can see there. And it allows me to then have a lot less friction getting to the actual idea that I want to start coding out or playing around with, right? So unfortunately though, our save system is not quite working, as you know. So we've added in some logging, and that's why I'm now re-exporting all those packages, because I'm going to open them in this other project called Midnight Sun. This is the current game that I'm working on. And Midnight Sun is going to be a 2D Metroidvania game. And actually, let me go ahead while that's exporting, and I'll kind of give you the quick tour of what we have so far. We've kind of built the entire entry into the game, as well as maybe the basic game loop, or maybe not the game loop itself, I should say. But so when I play, I've got my Dark Matter Studios splash screen. And then we'll go to a liability notice, which a lot of games have. I actually took that one from the recent Prince of Persia game. Then we have an autosave notice, because we want to tell the player that the game automatically saves data from time to time. And if you see that little cute animated camel icon, that means we're autosaving, or the game is being saved. So don't turn off your game, or shut down your computer, or turn off your Xbox console, whatever, right? Then we come here to the main menu, and we've got just kind of like a placeholder title, and we've got all of our buttons and stuff. We have a copyright notice, the Dark Matter Studios logo, and the current version of the game, as well as I plan to build DLC for the game as well. So if I go and turn that on, in the future, when we have DLC, which won't be until after the main base game is released, of course, these different lock icons would represent the different DLC packs, and it would show an icon representing whatever that DLC pack is. That would tell the player that DLC is installed. So then our main menu is pretty much fully working. We have a start game screen. This is where you would select like an existing save file or start a new game. And all this, some of this is subject to change. Should follow the AAA studio pattern of releasing half a game and then already starting work on the DLC. Maybe I should. I don't know. No, yeah, we'll see. It's funny. But yeah, so we have the start game screen. This is where you would select a existing save file or start a new game to begin with. We also have all of our settings already built. So we have game settings like turning on and off achievements, backer credits, because I'm going to set up a Patreon for the game, and anyone who then donates to help me out with development, they can come in here and they can turn on the backer credits. And I kind of took this example from Hollow Knight. That's where I got the idea from. But then anyone who has donated through Patreon will be shouted out in the game as you're playing. And if you have these backer credits on, you will then see the credits for those people. So that's what that is. I have a game timer, and this is a timer that would appear up in the right-hand corner when you actually get into the game. And it's for like speed running purposes. So if someone were going to speed run my game, they could come in here and turn on the timer, and then the game will automatically keep track of your current time while in game, so that you can kind of reference that as you're playing. And then I've got this nice option so that you can change through different menu backgrounds. So that's the game settings. Let's go back to, let's keep it green for now. Then we've also got audio. So as you can see over here in the audio mixer, I have all the different channels. And right now there's some music playing. So if we were to turn down the music, you can actually see the dial over here being turned down as opposed to the other ones, as well as you probably can't hear the music anymore. And none of the other ones will work right now because nothing is playing on those channels, except the master will also work. So if I turn down the master, that's the master channel, and you can see the music is still playing, but because the master channel is at 0, you're not going to hear anything. So that's all working. Let me make this bigger, actually. Sorry, it's kind of small when I'm in the full editor. In fact, I could... Oh, I guess they don't give you the ability to make it full screen anymore while you're already playing. Anyways, so then we have the video settings, right? Typical of any game where you can choose your quality, your resolution, your refresh rate, stuff like that. Controls, I have not quite set up yet, but you would come in here and you could then change your key bindings for your keyboard or for your controller. Those will dynamically show based on what platform you're on. Actually, I guess a lot of platforms like Xbox even allow you to plug in a keyboard now. So those will probably always show. Or maybe I'll hide the keyboard if no keyboard is detected. Something like that. But right here on a PC, you would have both these options, and I'd probably hide the controller option unless you actually connected a controller, which I have right here, for testing purposes. But if I go into any of either of these, I haven't set these up, so that's still on the to-do list. And yeah, so that's all the settings. We then have an achievement screen. Yeah, it's running uncapped. In fact, hold on, I'll show you. I can go into the video settings, and right now the frames per second is set to unlimited. That's why it's running so high. I've also got a pretty powerful computer. But you can see I can go in here and I could set it to say cap at 240 and hit the apply button, and it'll then go down to 240 and it'll stay there. Or I could even cap it at 30 or whatever else I want to run it at. And it's probably looking very, very awful now. But yeah, I like to run it at full speed all the time. So yeah, and then I also have an achievement screen. Oops, sorry. An achievement screen. I've already got a test achievement. And this is a scrollable screen, so there would be lots of achievements here, and they would then show like the lock icon and be grayed out if you haven't achieved them yet. And I've got an extra screen, which is just blank right now, but this would probably have links to my studio website, as well as any other maybe links to projects I've made, as well as maybe a link to play the credits for the game, something like that. And then of course the quit screen, which I can then quit the game. Now from here, we could actually start a new game, and we will call this file Kitty Sushi. And we start a new game, and we actually load into this empty scene that is part of the game, and that's about as far as we've gotten so far. So, and we just added that today, actually. Before it only loaded into yeah, file named after you, always, all for my followers. And so we just added this today. The game scene used to be empty, and today we made some progress. So now it loads this sandbox location that I'm setting up. And that's about as far as we got. And then what we were working on was trying to be able to, instead of starting a new game, load an existing game. And that's when we noticed the save system is not quite working as expected. And actually, oh, that's right. So I exported all my package, all my tools, and now I have to, so as you can see, as I was saying earlier, it was exporting each and every one of these tools that I've built. And here's where they all live. That way I can quickly import them into any Unity project. And I have them all built separately because they're all modular. They don't have dependencies on any other project. Because maybe I don't want to use everything in a project. Maybe I just want to use my audio system. So that way it's built separately. I can just import the audio system. But I also create full install versions that then includes the entire list of packages. So if I start a new project and I want all of my tools imported, I could use this package instead to just import everything all at once, which we're going to go do really quick because we added those logging statements. So we'll go here to the Midnight Sun project. We're going to import a custom package, and we'll choose this full install addressable URP package because this project is using the addressable system as well as the universal render pipeline. And I have special, I'll show you, I have special tools, like the scene director has a basic version and an addressable version. So with that addressable marked package, we are importing the addressable version of that. Yeah, so let me import that really quick. And then we can run back through the process of creating a new game and kind of see what's going on. Let me get some Starbucks coffee in me. I need the developer juice. Come on. Why is this taking so long? Let me close out of this too. So from Starbucks, I just get a iced coffee. I actually used to work at Starbucks long time ago. So I know how to make all the crazy hidden menu items. Like you can make a Captain Crunch Frappuccino. It's just a Frappuccino that tastes like Captain Crunch, or actually Crunch Berries, I should be specific. But the one thing I found while working there is to get the most caffeine, the item on the menu that has the most caffeine is the iced coffee. And the reason why is because when they make it, it comes as this very concentrated packet that they then add water to, and they stick into their fridge. And that's kind of what brews the iced coffee. And if you get it like right after it was first made, it's still very, very concentrated and gives you a huge caffeine boost. So I always like just regular iced coffee, but I'll add like flavor to it, like caramel or something. Just because I know that that's what gets me the most caffeine for my dollar, I guess. If I had to go with something else though, I highly recommend the vanilla bean frappuccino with caramel syrup mixed in with it, or even around the edge of the cup. That's also one of my favorite item, like a dessert item. Man, I feel like this import is taking forever. Did I break something? What is your favorite item from Starbucks, Kitty Sushi? If you have one, that is. I only go to Starbucks when I get gift cards for Christmas. Yeah, I don't go to Starbucks very often just because I used to work there. But today I was feeling kind of tired and I felt like I really needed the rocket fuel. So I went and got myself an iced coffee. And also my daughter wanted something from Starbucks too, so I treated her today. I think something's broken here, because this should have not taken this long, and it should be way done already. Okay, yeah, caramel macchiatos are bomb. Do you get it regular, or do you get it all mixed up, like upside down? I'm also a very big fan. Regular? Okay, nice. I'm a big fan of caramel, so caramel's probably my favorite flavor for anything there. Huh. Well, I'm thinking I have to maybe cancel this. I don't even know if that will do anything. Something broke inside of Unity here. I think we're gonna have to close this editor. Force close it, maybe. Hmm. Um, I would be willing to bet that it's this one that is sucking the life out of my memory. So let's end that task. It can't even force. Okay, there it goes. It force closed it. We're good. We're good. Oh my god! Now I'm gonna get a bunch of Windows errors. Are we done? I think we're done. A four shot vanilla and or okay four pumps of the vanilla syrup and then 3 espresso shots. Nice. Okay. Yeah, in fact I always add. I used to get caramel macchiatos, but I liked them upside down. But I would always add an extra shot. It's especially if you get the biggest size. And that's right. They do use vanilla syrup in their recipe for caramel macchiatos. Upside down isn't anything different. They just they pour the shots in first, and then the milk, or the well, I'm sorry, they put the syrup in first, then the espresso shots, then the milk, and by doing it that way, it just kind of mixes it all together. Whereas the regular way, they put the syrup first, then the milk, and then they put the shots on the very top. And then that way you're drinking the espresso first and then kind of getting the aftertaste of flavor. Um, uh, I, it, it's all personal preference. I don't think one's better than the other. Um, I think I have a sweet tooth, so that's why I always get it upside down, because then you taste the sugar from the very beginning instead of getting like the espresso first and then having the aftertaste of sugar. Um, but both ways are just as good. It just kind of personal preference on how you like to drink it. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. Okay, so I had to force close the editor. Let's go ahead and reopen it. Unity is crapping its pants on me, and that is too bad. Let's get it back open. Let's probably have to re-import all those packages again, which hopefully does not crash. So import custom package, the full install addressable. Oh, it actually imported everything. Unity just got stuck in a loop or something. So I guess we're good. Now, why did I close out of JetBrains Writer on accident? I think I did. Or maybe I accidentally ended that task too? That's strange. So what we did is, before I get lost here, we added logging statements to the save manager and the save data because we want to try to follow the process of when a new save file is created and ensure that things are happening how it's supposed to. Yeah, I think it crashed from the powerful powers of my task manager. All right, so let's play the game. So immediately it tried to save, and there is no save file set. Perfect. So our logs are working as we would hope for them to. Now let's get here to the main menu and let's go create a new game. Let's see. I think I already used Kitty Sushi for this. I did, and I used Tiago. So let's do Memo this time. We create a new game. Oh, dang it. I know what happened. Hold on, sorry. I forgot that every time we import my tools, it seems to be resetting the save manager. And we want to turn off the encryption and compression because that's causing issues right now. So let's go ahead and delete all these save files, and we're going to start over. For sure. Thanks for joining in, Kitty Sushi. I appreciate the follow. And I might be getting off soon. I'm getting kind of hungry for dinner. But I will definitely be back tomorrow if I'm not around later. And on Saturday, oh, really? Well, shoot, hold on. Let me create a new link really quick. How do I do that? Invite people. Copy. Here is a new link then. Nope, I can't even post my own links in my own chat. That's how secure their security system is, I guess. Yeah, I know, I need to mod that bot. Not today. But so anyways, what I was saying is I should be around later tomorrow. If I'm not around, I should be around tomorrow if I'm not around later today when you come back. And then on Saturday, I don't know if you're a Fortnite or a Metallica fan at all, but on Saturday is the Metallica virtual concert in Fortnite. So we'll be playing some Fortnite and checking out the concert and stuff. Hold on, maybe I can... There we go. There's the Discord link, if that works for you now. Hopefully that works now. But yeah, thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. Thanks for checking out the stream. And I hope to see you again. And now let's go create a new game really quick. And we'll call it Kitty Sushi. And so we tried to get the current location. The current location did not exist, so we tried to add it to the save data. Okay. So then we tried to save, and we tried to back up our existing file, and somewhere in the backup process failed. So it was never actually able to save. But it looks like it would have saved the data had it backed up successfully. Yeah. Thank you for joining the Discord too. I appreciate you. I kind of just set it up, so there's not too much there, but I'm working on it as I go here. So if you have any suggestions or want to see anything, please let me know. I'm happy to do the work to get it added. But so it does look like our save system is working to save, but now the backup is broken. I should probably write these down. So let's see, encryption. The encryption needs to be checked because that was broken. The backup needs to be checked. Now, why it couldn't back up is actually weird. It should just be making a exact duplicate of the existing save file and then saving it to the same location, just with a different extension. So here's our save file. Mime writing. Here's our save file. And as you can see, we've got the name Kitty Sushi. We've got a unique ID that was generated, the version of the game, if this save file was auto-saved or not, the date time that it was created, the date time it was last modified, which are both the same because it was last modified when it was created, and it's currently been saved 0 times. Now, the problem is we should have some saved data here, but it looks like somewhere in the backup process it is failing on us. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Let me show you really quick. Let me switch back to my just chatting scene. You might not be able to see it. Let me turn off the blur, maybe. Nope. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right. So now that I've turned off the blur, you can see I have this nice little whiteboard on my wall, and I live underneath the stairs. I have a Harry Potter desk. I know. I realized what you meant by that after a minute, that I was just writing into thin air with the green screen. But so what I'm doing is I'm just writing down on my whiteboard. These are the different things on my checklist for me to go look at. So we have encryption is one of them. You probably can't even read it. Yeah, it's set up the right way. It just might be small. But encryption is one thing I want to check, and the backup process is the next thing I want to check. And actually, I think there was something else too. Memo, do you remember what was the other thing that I said today that I needed to look at? I feel like there was 100 things I needed to look at. But we kind of know where things are going wrong now, so that's what's important. We have a good place to start inspecting. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Close that out. You're right. I did want to rename something. Lowering the FPS probably. No, I like it. Full speed all the time. Always full speed. Full power. I need some like amazing meme that that you guys can put on the stream with channel points or something. In fact, hold on. I got a good one actually. I think I've got a good one. I just have to remember where it is. And I can probably go back to my desktop. There it is. We need this. Oh, hold on. Let me mute that so you don't have to hear the ads. We need a channel reward that you guys can redeem. That plays this.
Have hyperjets on that thing. And what do we got on this thing? A Cuisinart? No, sir. We'll find them, catch them. Yes, sir. Prepare ship for light speed. No. Light speed is too slow.
Light speed too slow.
Yes, we're gonna have to go right to ludicrous speed.
Ludicrous speed.
Sir, we've never gone that fast before. I don't know if the ship can take us. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? Prepare ship. Prepare ship for ludicrous speed. Fasten all seatbelts. Seal all entrances and exits. Close all shops in the mall. Cancel the three-ring circus. Secure all animals in the zoo. Give me that, you petty excuse for an officer. Now
secure all the animals in the zoo.
Ludicrous speed. Sir, hadn't you better buckle up? Buckle this. Ludicrous speed. Go!
Classic movie. Ludicrous speed.
What have I done?
What have I done? It says, what am I, Dad? Anyways, yeah, I need something that will play a short clip of that whenever I want to say full speed. I'll start saying ludicrous speed or something. Which, by the way, if you guys have never seen Spaceballs, check it out. It's hilarious. And they just announced that they are probably coming out with a Spaceballs 2 pretty soon. After, I think, like 20 years. I think that's like a 20-year-old movie. And they're coming out with a sequel to it now, which I hope will be good. So yeah. Yeah. All right. So that's what it was. I wanted to rename something. Is it that old? How old is it? Let's see. Spaceballs. Oh, it is. It's from 1987. So it's 37 years old. Almost 40 years old. Holy crap. Yeah, that's a long time. And let's see. Spaceballs 2. So, yeah. Spaceballs 2 in the works at Amazon. As of 2 days ago, they just kind of announced that. So I hope it's good. I feel like they don't always do sequels well. But maybe this is a movie that they can, and after 40 years almost, I'm hoping that they stay true to the original. So that would be nice. What was I going to do? I was going to rename something. You're right. That was in the other project. That was the dynamic. I'm writing into thin air again. Yeah, well, it's probably for a specific audience. I agree, though. Satire movies don't really do well anymore. And it'll probably be all the nostalgic old people like myself that will enjoy it. Or maybe not. Who knows? So I guess they have a particular target audience, right? And go back to my camera scene here. so I don't look like I'm riding into thin air. And we were going to rename the events of the dynamic manager. So rename events. Thank you for reminding me. So yeah. But on that note, guys, I've been streaming for a good 4 hours now. I guess I could go longer. The only problem is I'm getting very hungry. And I don't want you guys to sit here with nothing while I'm eating dinner. So I am going to call it there, and go grab something to eat, maybe take a break, and maybe be back on in a little bit. We'll see if I feel up to it. Unfortunately, sometimes I eat and then I fall asleep on the couch because I get lethargic or something, right? I'll try not to do that, but I can't make any promises. I've been drinking coffee just to keep me awake today anyways. But yeah, so I'm going to take off. I appreciate you guys so much. Tiago, thank you so much for the new follow. Kitty Sushi, thank you so much for the new follow. I appreciate you both so much. Thank you for joining the community and checking me out. And Memo, I will catch you later, bro. And thank you everyone for tuning in. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Tiago. I appreciate that. Next time we're going to make some real progress and show off some cool stuff. And make sure you check out the stream on Saturday, guys, because we'll be doing the Fortnite Metallica concert event. We'll be checking that out as well. And if you guys play Fortnite at all and want to team up afterwards or something, we can do that too. So yeah, thank you so much. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Have a great rest of your day if I don't see you later. And I will be back on tomorrow. Catch you guys later. Peace.